Hi. Oh, right. Autofocus. And now I don't actually see autofocus. Now it's autofocus. And what was I? Hello, welcome on the stream and so on. So I'm gonna continue with attaching the buttons on this calf, then do the other calf. And then I should also take care of this breast pocket, rip this seam in here, and stitch it shut again. This time with a little more straight, and then I don't know, do some pressing, and that will be it. Also, I have to still attach two bigger buttons in the back, because there are supposed to be buttons in the back. Like right here, on the connection between the skirt and the upper part, and between the pleats. So let's get started. Okay, I'm not sure about this perspective. No, I can't go any closer. Maybe I should do the overhead camera if I'm doing this with the main camera on this side again. Okay, let's do droid cam. Put it up here. Change the scene. Then this can change back to autofocus. Okay, something like that. Then some thread. And buttons. Here I have buttons. And I was supposed to go half a distance up between the buttonholes, I think. I have only 2 threads in here, so I'm not sure if these were lower threads or upper threads. I assume lower. Though on the other hand, I remember that there was something weird. I did 2 lines or something. And I think I like attached the button between them. I'm not sure anymore. It was so long ago. Almost 24 hours. Okay, quite a bit shorter than 24 hours, but still, it's a long time. Now scissors. I feel a bit tired for some reason. Out of breath. Where is the seam here? The seam picking tool. And let's remove that. And then I also have to remember about the edges of those cuffs. They are not exactly great. Then 2 pins. I decided to change the camera angle again today, back to how it was a couple of days ago, or like a week ago or so. And I feel kind of weird. I've gotten a bit used to the fact that you can't see my face. It felt safer. Now it's kind of stressful, more exposed. Looks like this thread is broken. Definitely broken. I will have to get a new one. Let's just cut this off in here. Right on the button. How should I start now? Maybe in here. Or maybe I could take care of this in one go. It broke again. I don't know what's happening with this thread. It's extra weak today for some reason. Is it even in focus? It doesn't seem completely in focus. The overhead camera, I mean, or rather overhead phone. But it's not like anyone is watching anyway. And now I will go just through the button, pull out the pins. Hello Agonize, it's been a while, and I'm pretty much finishing the morning coat. It's practically done. Now I'm only attaching the buttons. Then I will do some ironing. And also I have to take care of the breast pocket, because I messed it up completely, and now it's sewn shut, but I also messed up sewing it shut, so if you can see the pattern, it is kind of a curve in here. So in here it goes flat, horizontal, then it curves up, and then goes horizontal again. So I have to rib this seam and then pull it in a bit. And then someday I will just redo this breast pocket, because the issue is that the pocketing inside is too high. Try it on. When I will finish this button. And this is now completely tangled. Really, really sick. Oh, sorry to hear that. I hope you're better now. Okay, I will probably have to cut off the end. It's still horrible. Maybe I should just cut this off entirely. And then I think I will use the wax for the next button. Use the wax for the thread. Because this is just tangling too much. Then go in. The entire coat took me quite a long time. It's been 32 days, or I think 32 days. Mostly because I had no idea what I was doing. I still have no idea what I'm doing. And I was just learning as I went. Trying to figure stuff out, which wasn't that easy because there aren't like that many sources of information. So I ended up just improvising out of stuff. It would be easier if I had like an actual antique morning coat as a reference. But I never actually saw one in person even. Thank you for the donation, Queen of Cats. And also hello. Okay, so that should be good now. Let's see the spacing. Is the spacing correct? This is not correct. It's too low. Is it too low? Or maybe this is just like not enough of a shank? Maybe it's not too low. I should probably redo this. Redo those buttons with some sort of bigger thing. Some sort of wedge maybe? A wooden wedge. But anyway, I'll try this on. Not this way. That's how it looks now. It has many problems. Like I think the biggest problem is the fact that the collar is too short, slightly too short, and because of that, it creates those kind of faults in here, radiating from the neck. But maybe I will manage to iron this longer, still a bit longer, because I already ironed it quite a lot. But yeah, that's how it looks now. Still needs buttons in the back. Looks great. My partner says very impressive. Thank you. There are mistakes that I wish I knew about, that I could avoid, because like the collar is definitely the biggest problem in here. If the collar was longer, then like the entire shoulder area would sit nicer. And also I didn't have any horse cloth or hair cloth, horse hair. I didn't have any hair cloths, and I don't think like normal linen canvas like this one works quite as well. Come a long way from doors. And there's also an ad in progress. Okay, let's change that back. And yeah, I think I will have to redo this, because there is too much of a, I don't know if you can see that, like packering in here. There is huge bump in here. So I have to do something. Maybe I could cut off a bit of plywood, like this plywood. Do I have any saw in here? I do have this one. I think maybe that's good enough. Okay, very thin strip. This is not great. I have to put it deeper. Like this. Everything is falling down. Now it's a bit stiffer. So maybe this will be better. And also the ads are gone now. Come a long way from doors. This is very diverse stream, I would say. Maybe this would be enough, but also this would probably catch all the fibers. Do I have any toothpicks? This would be quite good. I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't see any. What else? Maybe a nail? I have some nails in here. Hello, it's Said. This should be better. I'm still not sure if this will be good enough. It's not as thick as this. How about using spoke shave? Where is the other spoke shave? I'm losing everything. Okay, I don't know what happened to the other spoke shave. Maybe I can use this. How's things this fine day? How's the stream? It's fine. And now I think I have to redo those buttons. Because I think the shank is too low, too short, and it creates a bit of bump in here. Quite a significant bump even. So I need something bigger to put in here than just 2 pins. Also, the main camera seems quite bright. Okay, so let's find the scissors and cut this one off. And I was also supposed to use the wax. Wax in here. I think this piece of wax will soon just split in half. and I don't know if I will be doing anything else today, like any other project. This will probably take like 2-3 hours, and after that, I don't know, maybe I will play some Minecraft. It's been a while since I've done that. I almost forgot that what's going on in my world. Let's put that away. Another donation, this time from each side. Thank you. 2 donations in such a short span. It's quite nice because recently I've been spending quite a lot, and it's, well, I wouldn't say worrying exactly. It's just sad how fast my it's payday. It's kind of sad how fast my bank account is shrinking. I even have to actually withdraw some of the money from PayPal, because up to this point they were just sitting there. I'm not even sure if it's enough, but it's definitely kind of annoying. This wedge is quite big. Or actually, it's not even a wedge. Just a piece of wood. So true, it takes forever to save and just few moments to spend it. Yeah. Sometimes money is just accumulating on my account by itself. Like I don't even know where the I mean I could check. I have all the records and stuff, but like I don't even. Okay, because I'm not paying much attention to that, or I don't see it that well. I've already messed up. So what was I saying? Like I can like I have a view into like where all the money comes from and goes. But I'm saying that sometimes it just seemingly just magically money is accumulating on my account, and I don't even have to really try to save it up, and it just gets saved by itself, and then I'm actually doing something and it all disappears. Because for this something, like I don't know, with the home renovation, for example, I have to do this. I'm doing this, this, and this, so I have to buy a bunch of things, a bunch of very small things. So they are not very expensive by themselves, but there are a lot of them, and because of that, the account is shrinking quite rapidly. And I'm not even so sure. I'm not even very sure where was the original line. Now I'm basically just guessing. Then it would go in here. Going to work on the sofa. Got the backache today. I hope you get better. Toothpicks would definitely be better. And also this button is still annoying with the fact that it kind of almost hurts to hold onto it. It bends my fingernail weirdly. There are a lot of threads in the back. What's happening in here? Toothpicks would definitely be better. But I don't have any toothpicks in here. I had in the past, but I think I used all of them up. And I also don't think I have any at home. I should probably buy like the entire pack for here. I feel like this is gonna take forever. Going with this piece of wood for some reason is super slow. It just constantly shifts, rotates, and also obstructs the view. Okay, I will try to pull this out now. And maybe this will be enough. Or maybe it will be too much. Let's see. Because this seems like quite a lot. Okay, I don't know how strong will that be, because I didn't do a lot of threads in here. But also I'm not really gonna touch it. It's not gonna get buttoned and unbuttoned all the time. So maybe it will be fine. Although I don't think it really matters that, well, it probably somewhat matters, but I don't think it's like universal that if you don't touch the buttons, they are not gonna fall off. I'm pretty sure I had quite a bit of quite a few buttons just broken, fall off on my overcoat on calves. Okay, now I can cut this off. And let's see now. So this looks good. Yeah, I think this is the correct height. Then I will have to cut off this one. It is technically, or at least it should be, technically the same problem with those. But I'm not sure if I want to remove also those buttons. I just finished them yesterday. And then probably tomorrow I'm gonna take care of the vacuum cleaner. I'm quite excited about this new software. The fact that now my vacuum cleaner is gonna be completely independent from the cloud, or at least that's what I understand from the website. Like that's the purpose of the Valetudo, that it like replaces the connection to the manufacturer servers. With its own local thing. Actually, not really its own. I think it works over MQTT, which is fine by me because I use MQTT for everything else. So I already have a broker and all. Now go out up here. I think this side, this is more tapered. Or rather just not tapered inwards. Ad starts in 30 seconds. By the way, today when I opened the chat, opened the web browser with the Twitch chat, I noticed that there is now Duolingo, like some like promotion with Duolingo, which I didn't expect. I love the fact that I'm still completely missing on the holes and the buttons. It takes me many steps to finally go through the hole. I was dealing with some taxes today, like filling up the form for taxes for stuff, and you know, like there are those memes kind of about Polish being like which is not actually factually true most of the time, but there are some exceptions where this is actually true, because like people usually see SZ or CZ or other digraphs like that, and are confused how you're supposed to pronounce that, and like SZ as just sh, like English SH. So that's not really a problem, but there are couple of words where it's actually ZS, and it is just supposed to be pronounced ZS. And words like that are so stupid. So I was filling up the like tax form, and for reasons I had to like specify my relationship with grandma, like the fact that she's my grandma, or that I'm her like grandson, and the correct option for that was zstępny, which is such a stupid word. Like, how can you like fluently pronounce that? When I try to say it in a sentence, I actually have to kind of stop or slow down for just this word. We have a couple of words like that with ZS, and people usually in like normal speech change it to SS because nobody is able to pronounce ZS fluently, like fluently, effortlessly. I have no idea who came up with the word wstępny. And also with the same question on the form, it was so confusing because like the way they worded the question, I couldn't tell like which way the relationship should go. So I couldn't really tell if I'm supposed to like mark the like I'm supposed to say who am I to my grandma or who my grandma is to me. Because they basically just were talking what is the relationship of like between you and like other person. So I hope that either I was correct and my basically I guess that it's supposed to be like my who am I to my grandma, and that it's either my guess was correct or that they will accept it anyway. They will just like correct that themselves. That they will figure out what I meant. Okay, now a couple of stitches in the back. And let's see now. Will this be better? So this time I have actually a couple more threads in here on this one. But yeah, looks like this is fine this time. There is, I think, like slight bump in here, but it's not really that noticeable. So this should be fine. And then let's do the third one, the uppermost one. And this is supposed to be somewhere in here. The needle, this one. Am I crazy or is it just dropping all the time? Okay, the needle. and some wax. That's gone now. And I think I should probably clean it up in here a bit. Get rid of all the trash from the floor, and also clean up the entire the other wall on the opposite side of the workshop, because we are supposed to get, or we are still kind of thinking about it, but we are strongly considering getting getting solar panel array, and of the electronics, like the inverter and the battery pack and all, is supposed to be in my workshop, because the solar panels are like, my father wants to install the solar panels on the roof of the garage, and this is only place around, like in that building, that that doesn't go below 0, that it's not freezing. So looks like I'm gonna have some stuff installed in here, and I should probably make some space for that. Some room on this wall. And also just clean up everything around here, because I have so much trash laying on the floor. Usually I don't worry about this so much, because the camera doesn't go down, but like most of the stuff, like some scrap pieces of fabric, or some paper, scrap pieces of paper when I was doing the patterns and so on, all of that just goes onto the floor when I don't need it. Okay, needle. And like every time I go into here, I think that I should probably clean up the floor, because there is so much trash on the floor. But now I have an actual reason. Like, there was some guy presenting all of the like offer, and some company that specializes in installing solar panels and getting all of the like dotations and stuff. So like a guy from a company like that came yesterday, and I wasn't on that meeting because I was streaming. So he was talking only to my father, and my father said that there is this like battery pack, this energy store, and it's supposed to, or I think it's actually for the inverter, but anyway, it's supposed to have some like phone app to control everything and like deal with everything. The entire system, as at least from what my father said, is controlled from the phone app, and I was like instantly rejecting this idea that if it's actually the case, there is no way we are gonna take that, because it's so stupid. Like if something like that would be controlled with a phone app, you would be giving basically all of the control with everything to the manufacturer, because then it would be completely dependent continuously on the manufacturer. So it has probably some internet infrastructure, some servers, and if the manufacturer goes down, goes out, servers go down, it just doesn't work anymore. Or also the manufacturer can just decide to like stop supporting suddenly this system, or do some kind of subscription because they are not profitable enough. So now they are gonna charge for like using electricity additional bill. So when I heard that it's gonna have to be controlled, or it's gonna have to be used with an app, I was instantly rejecting this idea of using something like that. But then I called this guy. I like asked for a few details, and apparently it doesn't actually have to be controlled completely from the app. You can control it more like manually. And I also asked for the brand, and looks like there are some integrations for Home Assistant, so I should be able to actually automate that manually, like automate that myself, not really manually, automate that myself in Home Assistant, and have actually full control over everything. So that's nice. And I'm kind of excited about that. About being able to automate stuff like that with all the energy usage. Maybe I should actually make some wedges for stuff like that. Some actual nice wedges. Instead of just using any random junk lying around. Now I can try to... Okay, I can pull this out. And then... Does it seem a bit lower? Maybe. But anyway. Let's go out in here. Okay. And also with the fact that I have to call that guy, I hate talking on the phone. I hate calling people, especially strangers. It's always so stressful. I remember that like when I was studying, I didn't have internet. Like it went out, and I think I didn't actually have it for like 2 days because like I could call the like information center, but I didn't feel like it so much that I would just sit without the internet and do nothing. I always have to, like when I'm supposed to call someone, some kind of info center, I have to mentally prepare myself. I'm like putting in the number, and before I press the like green button, I wait and I prepare myself mentally. I take a couple of deep breaths, many deep breaths. Sometimes it takes me like half an hour before I actually press the green button and actually make a call. And this time I actually made a script, like what I'm supposed to say, because that's always something that contributes to all of this stressfulness. That I will be too stressed to say anything, too stressed to know what I'm supposed to say. Not this way. Too stressed to know what I'm supposed to say. So this time I decided to just give up on being natural, and I wrote a script, and then I called this guy, and I was just reading from my computer screen. Okay, how is it? I think it's good enough. Maybe there is a slight gap in here, but I don't really care. Let's now do the other one. What was the distance? I think that in here it's supposed to also be 7/8 of an inch, and in here this is like 1 centimeter. roughly. So I can copy that into here. Let's sharpen this. Okay, that will be fine. Should be fine. Now here and here and here. This should be fine, I think. Now let's attach this. Use a needle that is this one. Use a needle. Use some wax. And of course a button. That's quite an essential part. That starts in 1 minute. Then go in. And then I can put in this piece of wood. I can try at least. Okay, now it's in. Then tighten this. And let's continue with the stitches. So the other should be over. And I'm thinking, like, kind of reluctantly about making a dressing gown, because I would like to have a dressing gown to be fancy when I walk around the house. But also, there are two problems with that. First of all, I'm not sure if I want to make another. I went in the wrong hole again. I'm not sure if I want to make another project, sewing project, in which I don't know what I'm doing again. Another very learning heavy project. And also, the other thing is that I would have to buy fabrics. And I don't want to spend money. For this morning coat, I actually didn't spend any money. At least not like immediately now. Like, I made it completely out of stuff that I already have. Except for buttons, because buttons I had to actually buy a new one. So I would say that I spent about $10 for the entire thing. Not really spent $10, because I realized that it's kind of like all those advices, as the plural form advices. Sounds quite weird, but anyway, all that advice, and that you know, how to cook for free. And the actual advice is just use what you already have. So I was sewing with what I already had, and I did have to spend some money on it someday in the past. But it's been so long ago that I don't really remember that. So it gets cancelled. It doesn't count. This is not really straight, so as I tighten the threads, it constantly wants to rotate. I'm glad that I won't have to do this for the back buttons. I can just attach them directly to the fabric. Without worrying about any shanks. Okay, then I can pull that out. Push the needle to the other side. I should probably also take care of that. Go over that a couple of times. Now the next one. And now the second one. It's been 2 hours, almost 2 hours. Seems like I'm not a very fast button attacher. I think that I said the entire thing is gonna take like 2 or 3 hours, and it looks like it's gonna take a bit more than that. I think you can pretty much always assume that stuff is gonna take like 10 times longer than I'm saying it's gonna take. Actually, now that I think about this, seems that attaching the button takes me roughly the same amount of time as making a buttonhole, which shouldn't be the case. Making a buttonhole by hand is significantly more difficult and takes significantly more effort. But somehow they end up kind of the same. I just thought that I should do this thing, and then I thought about making a note about that, about the fact that I'm supposed to do this thing. And then I thought about like a note capturing system, like making notes of making voice notes and so on. How do I have that set up? And because of that thinking, I actually forgot what was the original thing I was supposed to do. I was supposed to remember about doing. And I still don't remember what was the thing. What was my original idea. And I'm still thinking about this. Okay, that should be enough. Now I can pull that out. Push the needle through the other side. I should get it a bit lower. Now a couple of times in the back. And now I'm taking care of this edge. And then a couple of stitches in here. And cut that off. Let's try this. Okay, seems good. And then the last one. And that should be fine. Maybe I could shrink it a bit and stretch this piece. Because it seems like there is a bit of a gap in here, like this lower side is slightly longer. And maybe also this edge is not exactly in line. I think I would just go with it as it is. Not gonna worry about this too much. Let's take a new piece of string. Or rather thread. What is an actual definition of the string? Is it something that has to be like thicker? Something between rope and thread? Kind of feels like it, but maybe it's also more generic. Did I go through the wax? I don't think I did. That music kind of makes me want to experiment a bit with some even older clothing. Some maybe 17th century or at least 18th century. Like much more elaborate. Not exactly my style, so it's not something that I would wear every day. But it will be nice to have something like that, have some clothes like that. I can't wait to go do some grocery shopping and do some morning coat. Sometimes I can kind of think, like, should I or could I maybe go into a grocery store with a walking stick? Normally I don't really carry it to any public places, only when I walk around the street, go for a walk into the forest, for example. Not really to any kind of stores. That's starting soon. I'm still kind of debating if I should redo the buttons in the front with this piece of wood for a longer shank. I think it does look better. Makes the the fabric around the buttonholes more smooth. Now I can close this. Or even both of the cuffs. How's it? Not really perfect. It is really not perfect. Should I redo this? I don't want to redo this. But also, this is quite significantly lower, and this part is significantly to the right. I think I will have to. It will take so much time. Maybe let's leave that for last. At least this is fine. Leave that for last, and then now I can take care of the buttons at the back. So these will be just purely decorative. At least I think so. I don't really see any kind of function to them. So 2 buttons in here, like this. Two buttons in here, and this I can just attach normally without any kind of shank. This should actually be enough. So let's get started in here. And then to have it straight, like this, and like this. Even though it is kind of more bothersome to have to maneuver my hand around the skirt, it is definitely easier with the fact that I don't have to make a shank in here. By the time of this book, those buttons in the back seem to already be doing nothing. I wonder what was their original purpose. Like, was maybe skirt attached somehow with a button like that? Or maybe something in the back? This wouldn't really make that much sense. There is also an option that they were purely decorative from the start. Like, the back looked kind of boring, kind of plain, so they put a button over there. So one is done, and now other one on the other side. Okay, so now it's over 2 hours in. Maybe I will actually be doing all of that until the end of the stream, because I think I will redo quite a few buttons. I can cut off this. And now this is even more bothersome. I have to go from this side. I think couple more. Okay, that will be it. Let's flip it to the other side. Make a couple of stitches in here. Cut that off. Okay, and now that's all of the buttons attached. So now let's remove them and attach them back again. At least some of them. So first of all, I don't think I will be removing this one because this is not really buttonable anyway. This is just decorative. So this one can stay, but those two upper ones, I'm actually gonna be using those. So for those I want to make a longer shank. This doesn't really work. It's kind of difficult to remove them. Okay, now it's going. Cut this off. And this one. And then this piece. Which way? This way. No. I was wondering what is that piece of thread. Ad starting soon. And the ad should be over. It's not like much is happening anyway. Almost 4 p.m. I wonder how long is that gonna take me? Like the entire finishing of the ironing and taking care of the breast pocket and stuff. Earlier I said that I hope that, or did I say that? Or maybe I was only thinking that I hope that it's not gonna take until the end of the stream. But actually now at this point I'm not sure what I would do if it's not gonna take until the end of the stream. I don't know, maybe some cleaning. I don't really have anything else to do. Or maybe I could take care of those tissue boxes. Try to make the frames for them. Try to design frames for them. Do I have calipers in here? I should probably just assume that they are like 1 millimeter. Probably less than 1 millimeter take. Maybe half. But anyway, this I think is enough. Let's try to pull this out. I'm quite surprised how thick that came out. Everything is so thick. It's almost like an overcoat, not a normal coat. It will probably take me some time until I will need to wear an overcoat over that, because of how heavy it is, how thick. I would like to also make an overcoat someday. It was this one. Let's see how it looks now. Okay, I think this is an improvement compared to that one. Yeah, this is definitely an improvement. So let's also do this with the upper one, with the top one even. First cut that off. I would like to make a dressing gown, I would like to make an overcoat, I would like to make probably couple pairs of trousers. And I also have to learn how to knit and try to make a new pair of socks, couple pairs of socks. So many projects. And that's only regarding my clothing. I still have quite a few projects on like the other topics. Programming, electronics, woodworking, door restoration. I was sometimes thinking that it would be funny to have this like sort of conversation that someone would compliment my clothes, because that actually happened a couple of times in the past, like when I was studying and I was like walking around the city in which I had the university. I was like, people were talking about my clothes every so often. But anyway, it would be funny to have this sort of conversation that someone would like compliment my clothes, and I would say, "Oh, thank you, I made them myself," and they would be like, "Oh, are you a tailor?" And I would be like, "No, I'm actually," or I'm, and then I would provide a different profession every time. Like, to one person I would say I'm a woodworker, and to other person I would say I'm an electrician, and so on. And all of that is technically kind of true. So it would be funny, but uh, I don't think it will like come to the fruition because I don't really go outside and I don't interact with other people. So I never actually had a chance to have a conversation like that. And I don't think going outside is worth it. Just to make this kind of a joke that nobody would even this kind of a joke that would be only for me. Nobody would even know about this. Unless I would be with someone, working with some friend or something. Then I guess kind of. Anyway, I'm just mumbling because I don't know what to talk about. And I should probably talk about something. This is constantly rotating. For the next project, I definitely need to take care of that. Make some actual proper stuff to put in the threads. What's the time? Almost 3 hours. That's a lot of hours. And I wasn't even doing that in the frame. So, some time ago I finally went back to learning Latin. I've been actually learning Latin off and on for like close to 20 years. And it's still one of the, I think it's still like the worst language it's still the language that I know the least about, or I know just the least. It's even below German. But for past, I don't know, maybe like a month, I've been reading finally the Lingua Latina per se illustrata and also listening to it, and I still can't exactly hear the vowel length, because in Latin there is like differing vowel length. There are longer vowels and shorter vowels, and they were marked over the ages in couple different ways. Like sometimes they weren't marked at all, and you were supposed to just know that which vowel is longer and which one is shorter. Sometimes they were they were marked with kind of this grave symbol above the letter. And nowadays they are usually marked with macron, I think. So just a horizontal line above the letter, and that makes the vowel be twice as long, like and the like duration of the sound twice as long as a normal vowel. And this is one of those things that you have to kind of learn to hear, because normally your brain just normally your brain just ignores subtleties about the language that are not part of your language. So I think that when you're like an infant, you probably can hear everything, and over time you just learn to ignore certain sounds or certain like details of sounds that don't really matter. Or maybe it's other way around. Maybe as an infant you can hear anything, and then you learn to pick up those differences. But anyway, the point being that if your language doesn't have this feature, this like varying vowel length, you will probably struggle quite a lot with hearing that. And I'm pretty sure Polish doesn't have like differing vowel length. I was actually thinking about this a bit, and maybe it kind of does, but they are not really considered differing vowel lengths, as just kind of like different suffix, like J. Some words have JI at the end of them, and they can be kind of hard, like a longer I, when I was thinking about this. But still, I don't think it's exactly the same. So for me, it still didn't exactly click how to hear those differences, those sounds. And sometimes I think that maybe I don't really have to hear those differences, because I'm probably not gonna use spoken Latin. I'm learning Latin mostly to be able to read some old texts written in Latin. So proper speaking and proper understanding of vowel lengths wouldn't really matter that much, but still, I kind of feel like I would like to know how to speak it properly, how to pronounce it properly, just for the sake of being correct. And I also still have this thing when I try to say something with a longer vowel, I automatically put the accent on that, the emphasis on that, and this shouldn't be the case. Like the vowel length and the accent should be at least completely independent. But it kind of feels natural to like put emphasis on the longer vowel and put the accent on that. Okay, so this is done. Then I can take care of that, remove those buttons, and then like move them. I don't know how much. What is this, like 5 millimeters higher? That would be like a bit below 1/4 of an inch. Maybe what is that? 3/16. Anyway, let's cut them off. First open them, which is not that easy because everything in here is still quite stiff. And then I can cut them off. And maybe I should be doing this one by one. Also, looks like I did actually attach them wrong, because each of them seems to be below the line. And this line, it would be about 1/2 centimeter, 5 millimeters. So let's remove that. Remove that. Also, I will make the new line. Or a stronger line. More visible. Also, I will drink some water. I noticed that when I'm sewing, I don't drink a lot. Like I'm ending the stream and I still have like a half a bottle of water, because I don't know, sewing doesn't really feel tiring. At least not the kind of tiring that makes me thirsty. Ten seconds till the ad break. And let's put that in. With a needle. This I think should be high enough, but I'm not sure about verifying that. Not sure if just buttoning this one button will really tell me much. I think this will take like 1 more hour, so it would be 5 p.m. Then let's say another hour for all the ironing and taking care of the breast pocket. So maybe I will finish this 1 hour before the end of the stream. I don't know what to do then. Just finish the stream early. Maybe I will take care of those tissue boxes after all. Like design frame for them. But still, I don't think it will take a lot of time. Probably like 15 minutes. So that would still mean shorter stream. Okay, so this is not problematic after all. Never mind. I thought that that I'm going with the double thread. Since I don't know when. Now go out. I don't actually know if this went higher. This seems more straight. This end in here seems more straight, so maybe it did. But I think that with the following ones, I still have to go even higher. Like probably completely above that line. It almost ran away. Okay, now the next one. And go a little above. I will probably do N on the line and out a little above. Then I can cut that off. And attach the button. That went not exactly great. What happened? Okay, I have to pull out this thread. Yeah, I can't do it and do anything with it. So pull out. And then sort out this situation. And now this is twisted. This went horribly wrong. Okay, now they are straight. And then I can put in this. Is this centered? Seems to be. I still can't like find the hole of the button with the needle. Seems that I'm not very good at this. Probably that's why it's taking so long. Okay, that should be enough. Now I can pull that out. And go up. That starts in 1 minute. Let's see how it goes now. One button, the other button. Maybe now it's a bit better. It is pushing, pushing this button up, because now the spacing is slightly different, like, I don't know, 2 millimeters different, 2 millimeters shorter. And now I can do the last one. And let's start with the last one. It looks like it will actually take me until 5 p.m. Now cut this off. Put the button in. Okay, this seems to be positioned correctly. Maybe a bit towards here. And let's get started. Where is that hole? I'm so bad at this. Okay, again. No, that's on this side. And that's on that side. Maybe my projects are too long, because usually they usually people are interested up to like halfway through. Like, let's say a project takes me a month, then I will have quite a few people in like 2 weeks, and after that the number is like gradually decreasing until at the end practically no one is watching. But I don't really want to just leave all of the projects, or just abandon all of the projects halfway through. I would like to actually wear the morning coat. Now I'm thinking, how will YouTube videos affect the viewership? And then I'm thinking about the fact that I will have to edit YouTube videos. And I feel the dread of doing that. I don't know how I will manage to edit that video. It's over 30 days. Over 30 clips that are about 6 hours long. So I think we are gonna have at least a week worth of editing on stream, because there is no way I'm gonna do this off stream. I will just procrastinate forever. Like I did with all of the other videos that I attempted to edit in the past. I don't know why I always try to look at the monitor above my glasses, like this way, even though I'm actually short-sighted. So I don't see anything if I try to look that way. But I always kind of intuitively try to look that way. And let's look at this. How is it now? I think that's fine. Then I could brush off all of the remaining chalk. Hello, Atom. I'm just finishing the morning code. I've already attached all of the buttons. Sorry I haven't been around. I've been dealing with some stressful life problems. That's okay. Like, there are a lot of people that that are not really hanging around all the time. They sometimes disappear for like a month or longer. It's completely normal. I also do this quite often on like older streams. Well, not that the streamer would notice because I never speak in chat. And yeah, I am finishing it, but there are problems. Of course, there are problems because I've been doing this for the first time in my life, and I didn't really knew how to do it, and I still don't exactly know how to do it. So there are a couple of mistakes. At least mistakes that I know that they are mistakes, and that I would do better if I were to do it the second time. Like the most significant. It's Mark 1, like Herman. Yeah. The most significant mistake is making the collar too short, and I was already. Even before I actually attached this collar, I was already thinking that it may be too short, but sadly I used up practically all of my fabric. Like I only have a couple of scraps like this, so I don't have anything that I could make a new collar out of. So the issue with the collar being too short is that it creates, let's zoom out, the collar being too short creates those creases up in my chest, like here, radiating from the neck point out. And if the collar was here, if the collar was longer, then those creases would disappear. So this is an issue, and I think I can still manage to like stretch it somewhat with the ironing. I already did that to some degree. And maybe I will still manage to do it a bit more. And also, I completely messed up this breast pocket. I will have to redo it at some point. Not right now, because I don't feel like doing it right now. So I just have this pocket like sewn shut. I can't actually put anything in this pocket. But even like sewing a chat, I did it wrong, and you can see, maybe you can see, that the pattern above this pocket is not exactly straight. It like curves up over the breast pocket. So it creates also some like surplus fabric in here. So that's something I will have to rib the seam and like sew it shut again, this time properly. And yeah, after that I will do, oh, this one is not patterned. After that I will do some ironing. Hopefully, maybe I will try to stretch the collar a bit more. And then that's it. Also, another problem, I think that I didn't use hair cloth because I didn't have any hair cloth and I was using only the fabrics I actually have. And I think hair cloth would be, after all, quite a bit better. I don't think the normal like this kind of linen canvas has quite the same properties. And also, I think this linen canvas, or just this fabric, I think this fabric is actually quite a bit thicker than like what they are referring to as canvas. I don't think this is exactly the type of canvas that would be used. But anyway, that's problems to be resolved someday on some other occasion, some other attempt. But for now, it looks like this. And yeah, still have a bit of work, and we'll see if like some of the problems will maybe not get resolved, but at least get better. Oh, so yeah. Just stuff padding? Like padding in front or where? It out? I don't want any additional padding that was not meant to be here, because it seems like it's kind of changing with the type of coats. So this is the morning coat. Where is the structure, inside structure of the morning coat? Okay, let's go with this one. So this is the inside structure of the morning coat, and on here, and there is no any kind of padding. Only some canvas and some hair cloth. It's hard to. I'm still not used to the fact that like left is right and right is left. But anyway, there is only some canvas in here and some hair cloth in here padded on, and that's it. There are no pads or anything. So I assume this is meant to be like that in this style of coat, because in here there is frock coat, and this actually has a lot of different paddings, like shoulder pads, and there is this kind of padding on the sides, and there are also some other details. There is also some padding in here. So, like, considering the fact that this has so much more stuff going on, and this is in the same book, I'm pretty sure that the morning coat is actually meant to be very minimal in structure. Like it's supposed to only have only have the canvas, some you know, canvas, the haircloth padded on, and that's it. And I want to be kind of consistent with that. For a first attempt, you should expect it to be worse. I always expect everything to be perfect on the first attempt. Like I have a lot of things going on. I have like a lot of, let's say, interest. A lot of like crafts that I do, and I would like to be I would like to have master level skills in all of them. And I realize that's not really feasible, and there is an ad break coming on. I realize that's not really feasible because like masters, the craftsmen, are like training and practicing for decades in this one specific stuff, and I do a lot of stuff, so I just don't have enough time to like dedicate. Right, the breast pocket. That's what I wanted to do. So let's change this again. Still adds. Out of ads already. Like in my timer, they only finished right now. So yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the fact that which is the true color? You mean this, the overhead camera, or this one? It's kind of hard to tell because like in terms of brightness, I think like this camera is more correct, like more true to the actual actual fabric, but also I think the pattern is more visible. So the pattern would be like more like the overhead camera than the main camera, but the darkness or brightness would be more like main camera. So like, at least on the preview, like I see that that the pattern on the fabric is quite difficult to see, and I can see it very clearly in person. Like kind of like on the overhead camera, but overhead camera is very very bright, very white even. And I forgot what I wanted to say again. Oh, right. So I was saying that I have a lot of stuff going on. Like I do a lot of crafts, different kinds of crafts, or just disciplines, and I always want to have master level skills in all of them, even though I realize it's not really feasible because like masters of any kind of crafts spend usually decades just practicing like learning and practicing only this one specific craft, and it's just not possible for me to like spend decades, spend the same amount of practice in all of this stuff I'm doing. But I still want to have master level skills in everything. I just can't help it. I get depressed when I can't achieve master level. Yeah, kind of the same. Like, I'm an electronics engineer by formal education, and this is the tailoring is just something I learned mostly from YouTube. And so I'm like making my own clothes, and then I'm comparing my work to a work of an actual tailor, actual good tailor, that has spent decades mastering their craft, and then I think I'm completely like completely skillless. My skills are completely useless. I'm terrible at everything. I can't do anything because I'm not at the level of that master tailor. So yeah, I should probably pin that down. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This pocketing is too high, and because of that, this is kind of opening, which is a problem. I hate investing deep time trying to get master level, then realizing that after getting very far and achieving skills that I'm actually not even deep at all. Like, I'm often comparing myself to like master tailors or master craftsmen in general that I can see on the internet. But then again, it's like kind of reassuring, the fact that their skills are not actually that common. So the average tailor is far below in the level of skills, below those master tailors. And that's why I started tailoring myself, because I'm not satisfied with stuff I can get locally. That I'm not satisfied with the level of craftsmanship of local tailors in here. So even though I compare myself to those master tailors and think that my skills are horrible, I still at the same time kind of think that they are still better than many professional tailors around here, because You don't have to be very competent to be a professional. I mean, when you're not even halfway, and you need that other half to be able to do something useful. At least you can make code. Get some motivation. During that project, I had many moments that I thought that I'm just not gonna finish it. It's not gonna work out because everything is going horribly and I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea how am I supposed to do stuff. And it still came out quite bad in my opinion. But it's still wearable. It's not so bad that I wouldn't like show myself in public in this. So even though I see many problems, they are not like deal breakers, or at least completed deal breakers. Like this short collar is kind of a slight deal breaker. Very close to breaker. I'm sure you can stretch it. I already was stretching it quite significantly and it kind of worked slightly, but not that much. And I hope that I can still push it a bit further, but it's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna be as good as if it was actually a proper length. It would be probably better if it was just a wool and that's it. But this is actually canvas inside and padded canvas. So it's not as stretchy as just wool by itself. As just tweed by itself. May need some mechanical device to stretch it. And some water and iron should be enough to stretch it as far as it can go. As it can feasibly go. Because, I mean, you can probably stretch it even further. Getting very close to a point of breaking. Okay, so that's gonna be it. And let's go down. Then cut that off. And then some ironing. A lot of ironing. And a lot of water. So actually, let's change that. Touch buttons, that's done. And then do some ironing and stuff. I actually already did and stuff. Now just ironing. And I should also brush this, because there is still some chalk. And water. It was really hard to find those buttons. Like, I just refuse to have any plastic buttons on any of my garments. So I only use buttons out of natural materials, which is usually corrosionant. And this is particularly hard because it needs like bigger buttons and bigger buttons for the front and also the back, and smaller buttons for the cuffs, and they both have to be the same style, same series, I guess. And this is not very easy. Like it's not very easy to find some natural buttons in the first place in here. Like in brick and mortar stores, they are just not available at all. And the only option is looking on the internet, and they are also not that commonly available on the internet. Like mostly you can find them only in one place, and this is this Union. What is this? Union Knopf. So this is the only store that actually sells like that has actually kind of good offer of like natural material buttons, but it's still not that great. So because I wanted buttons that are dark and have both bigger size and smaller size, and also are made out of natural materials, there was only one option, and it was those buttons. So that's why they are dark. They are black, because I would probably go with something either very dark blue, like those ones. I would like to use those ones. This is like dark gray with a hint of blue. But yeah, when I was buying them, they didn't have bigger buttons in that color, and looks like they still don't have bigger buttons in that color. And the only option with when I was buying the buttons like couple months ago, I think, this was the only option for like big and small buttons. And this is also Corazonat, and they are very blue. They are too blue. So I think black is better option, and black is horn. No, those are horn buttons, which I actually have for the first time. I was always using this Corazonat, but you know, it wasn't available in a correct color, so I had to go with the horn, with the bovine horn. Bone. I don't know if horn buttons are considered bone. Like, horn is not really a bone. Horn is, I think it's not a bone. I'm pretty sure it's horns are just keratin, same as fingernails. But you know, like theoretical scientific classification doesn't always match the popular classification. Like for example, with vegetables, a lot of vegetables are actually fruits, just not very sweet. So just because horn is not technically a bone doesn't necessarily mean that it's not considered bone in like button industry or like clothing industry. So I don't know if it's considered bone. Maybe. Herd bovine bone, not horn. Do they even make buttons out of bovine bone? They probably at least used to make out of like some different kinds of bones. Although, like, bone is usually an elephant, like elephant tusks. They are usually called elephant bone, I think. I'm not actually sure how it's called in English. But yeah, those are tusks. Are they bones? Like, what are teeth? I don't think teeth are bones. Or maybe they are? Oh, ivory, right. I forgot that word. I know there exists bone carving. Okay, so maybe now it's a bit longer, hopefully. If not, then it will just stay like that, and I will have to accept the fact that it's too short and it's not perfect. And now, is this clean? I can still press this a bit more. Put this in here, because I don't want the sleeves to just drag on the floor. And let's do some pressing of this part. Now the other side. I was already doing that a couple days ago, but I guess it couldn't hurt to do it again. And maybe at the back. I believe I had to shrink a bit the lower part in here. I was wondering earlier what was the original purpose of those buttons, because there are two buttons in the back and they are completely useless. They don't seem to have any practical function, and I don't know what they were originally for. Maybe there was a strap in here between those 2 points, but that wouldn't really make that much sense, because those are very short together. So a strap in here wouldn't really help that much with practically anything. Maybe in the past they were further apart, and then they got shorter, and the buttons just stay like that, even though they wouldn't really work in their original purpose. I don't know, I'm just guessing. I didn't actually check that. And I also think it would be kind of hard to check that. Ad starts in 30 seconds. Okay, so that part is ready. And also another thing I could do is to attach the top of the inside pocket for my phone to the canvas inside, because I'm pretty sure it needs quite a bit of support, because the phone is quite heavy, relatively heavy, so it's dragging the entire pocket down, and it could use some support of the canvas. Okay, so that would be enough, should be enough. And then let's do this canvas. Let's do this pocket. So I should probably be careful not to sew it on in any weird position. It should be relatively flat. And I think I could attach this to the top. To the top in here, maybe. Maybe the inside? I don't know about the inside. Let's go with just the top. I should probably put my hand underneath here. And also where to start. Maybe I could start from the edge in here. Go for it. I think this will be fine. I don't know if this will actually help with anything, because it will still be dragging the entire canvas down. And I don't even know what would be the actual solution for that. Just not carry a phone? There, on the other side, there is the breast pocket, and it's sewn shut, so I can't really feel where the canvas stops and where I'm going through the outer layer. I guess I could just always redo this when I'm gonna be taking care of the breast pocket. Also, the microphone is probably almost dead. That should be fine. Probably almost dead because it's getting close to 5 hours. And usually I get from like half and a half, 4.5 to 5 hours. Sometimes less than 4.5. For past couple of days I got less than 4.5 for some reason, I don't know why. There are so many layers at this point that I have no idea if I'm going through the canvas. I'm here just co-working with you. Yeah, a couple of times I was considering changing category again to this like co-working and studying or something like that, because there were a couple of cases, of instances that I was doing a very repetitive job, very repetitive work with not much going on. So I think that kind of thing is more more suited for that other category. perfect record. The music is right. Yeah, I try to have very kind of neutral music. Like also, of course, suiting my style. So it's classical. Like it's one of the reasons why it's classical, but other reason is that it wouldn't be. How to say that? I wouldn't say too unique because I guess it is kind of unique. I don't think a lot of streamers are using classical music. But not too special. I don't know how to describe that. Just this feeling of kind of neutrality in music. That it's not something a lot of people would hate. That's just kind of there. Okay, so final reveal. I never remembered which way to turn. Actually, not. I don't think it's final reveal. I still have to iron the sleeves. I completely forgot about that. But yeah, I think it gotten a bit better. I have to look in the mirror. Yeah, maybe a bit better. And it also, of course, gets better when I actually button the buttons, because it gets stretched in this direction. But yeah, I have to still iron the sleeves and iron a bit like over here and all over the place. So yeah, let's take care of that now. Looks so nice, thank you. I will iron the sleeves and then I will go probably to the other side of the table to show like the entire length in camera. And it ended up really heavy, really thick. It's almost like something that nowadays would be considered a coat, and by like their definition would be overcoat. And I was supposed to put a bit of wadding in here at the top, at the sleeve head, but I don't have any, and actually I'm not even sure what that is. I heard the word wadding multiple times, but never actually checked that. It will be nice with winter coming soon. Yeah, but what about the summer? Will I have to make another one just for the summer? already for the summer I will have to make another one. That's quite close. I will. So I will have to buy new materials, new fabrics for the summer. I will have to spend money. Horrible. It should go faster because I already have some knowledge, some experience with making coats. But still, it will take probably at least 2 weeks. Maybe a linen jacket. I don't really want modern, like, jacket is something that is jacket and modern meaning is something that is modern. Like jackets like that are were not really very common, and like back then. This would be the equivalent of a jacket. And these were actually made with different types of fabrics depending on the season. They even say it somewhere in here. Well, I probably won't find it, but when they were talking about seam allowance, I think, or just like adding some additional distance, additional distance to all of the measurements. They were considering the fact that like different fabrics have different weights and so on. So just because one pattern was good for summer, it doesn't mean it will be good for winter, because for winter you have thicker fabric. And I don't know if those thinner fabrics were actually linen, maybe. But I think they were more like cotton, I'm pretty sure. Actually, it was something starting with V. And I don't know what it is. Let's check the dictionary. Where is V? How do you alphabet? V. It was V-I, Vis. Oh no, it is also wool. Viscuna. A wool of South American animal of the camel tribe. Camel wool. Distinguished for exceeding softness and lightness, but because of its scarcity, fine merino wool is largely substituted and so called. Okay, so also merino wool. But I'm not actually sure if this was the one. Overcoating of fine, soft, silky texture. Maybe this was the one for the summer? I don't know, I will have to research that a bit more. I still have some time until summer. The idea that I have to do the same kind of coat for like this summer is kind of scary. Like, I'm just finishing this one, and I'm already supposed to start the next one. Okay, I just won't iron this on the underarm. The front should be enough. It gives a new meaning to your summer suit, which may mean the swimsuit. It's kind of the old meaning, because I'm pretty sure that in the past when you would talk about summer suit, most people would actually think about this kind of suit, like a morning coat or some other equivalent. And also nowadays, depending on on the context, like what kind of social circles are you in, it would also be usually understood, or not usually, often understood as like actual suit. Like, for example, you would visit Gentleman's Gazette YouTube channel. If they would be talking about summer suits, they would be talking about actual suits for the summer, usually made out of linen, because nowadays linen suits are quite common. I think they're like more of an Italian style, maybe. Okay, so now it's gonna be the final reveal. Let's put this on. And straighten all of this stuff. This waistcoat is not really that great because I did it on the machine, so the ends of that are not exactly straight. They could be better. If I did them by hand, they would come out better. Maybe this still requires some ironing. Okay, back down. some ironing around the buttonholes. Now the final review. I feel kind of like the first Doctor Who. Like the actual first from the 60s. I'm pretty sure he did wear a morning coat. I even I even have his picture and in color appearing sometimes in my jellyfin, because I have the not the entire series, of course, because some of the yeah, so some of the episodes are just lost and completely gone. But yeah, I have some of the original Doctor Who series on jellyfin, and you know, the all of the with the different series on jellyfin, um, the materials like posters and stuff also appear as like part of the decoration of the jellyfin. And because of that, every so often on my TV, when I have jellyfin turned on, I have like Doctor Who, original first Doctor Who in color on like just standing on my TV, and I'm pretty sure he's wearing a morning coat. Never got into Who. Yeah, I got into Doctor Who, I think, in like elementary school, and fairly late elementary school. But yeah, let's go over here and turn the camera, being careful not to catch all of the trash on the floor. But instead you can see all the trash on my window. Further away, completely far away. Now this, I would like to use this this like as a kind of opening for the YouTube video, and this background doesn't look very great. So I don't think this would be the best opening. Let's put the camera over here. No. I wish I could just put the camera maybe higher, and I could... What's happening here? Okay, those cables are just tangled. Maybe higher, and then I could look down over the table. I'm not sure how that will work. Now I have this. Okay. Maybe this is not perfect, but yeah. I think it looks pretty decent for the first time. Not completely horrible. This could also use some ironing, I think. A bit wavy. And there are ads in progress. Or at least should be. I like the back. It is quite nice. Like curves nicely from the top, going in, and then like around the legs. At least I think so. That there aren't any problems, at least major problems. Very English. So yeah, I think it looks acceptable for the first try. So that would be it. Oh, my hair. That would be it. This is ready, and I should probably have some hot. Oh, I do have a hot hanger. But it's very dusty. It's quite understandable that it's very English because this book is from London. London, here. Focus, 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 focus. It doesn't want to focus. Here, it's published in London. It was published in London. So it's quite understandable that it's very English because it actually is English. It's English style, because I believe that like more of an American style was more straight, more rectangular, and that's why I prefer English style, because from all of the fashion plates I could always see that the English morning morning coats, any other kinds of coats, overcoats, are always very curvy. They have a significant cut in the waist and so on. And the American style is just straight hanging from the sky, just straight down. So I prefer English. Feels more sophisticated. Feels more fancy. So yeah, what am I supposed to do with this? I do have a clothes hanger, but I don't actually have any place to hang it. Even here. Okay, that's kind of fine. So what to do now? I have less than an hour left, and maybe I could take care of those tissue boxes. So this is done. This is done. And let's see. Now time to make a cape. I would like to have a Inverness overcoat. So this is the type of overcoat with this elbow length cape around. So this is a style that was commonly used by go from Mr. Jekyll and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So this is a style that was commonly used by Sherlock Holmes. This is definitely something I would like to have, but I don't have enough fabric for that. Nowhere near enough fabric. For that I would have to actually buy new fabric. And fabric is expensive. I don't want to buy any fabric. At least for now. So, let's see. I should probably have some snippet for creating a new title. What would be the new title? What do I actually want to do? And by the way, I didn't actually read the original book about Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So I don't have really like I didn't consult first source, but some time ago I watched a YouTube video saying that like everyone is misinterpreting Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde because they didn't really read the original book, and they are only basing their knowledge of that work on like different movies and so on pop culture, and the movies are also basing their story of the other movies. So that YouTube short, it wasn't a short. It's same for Frankenstein. Like at least one that I saw wasn't a short. Maybe you saw some shortened version. I don't know if the same author maybe posted a shortened version of that video. But yeah, the conclusion was that in the original book it was a girl, and the author was a girl. No, so that's completely different. Like I don't really see so much. I saw a YouTube video from a guy, so that's probably not the same. But anyway, like there are many different like this book is not some obscure book, so probably a lot of people read that, and a lot of people know that fact that Dr. Jekyll didn't actually have a split personality. Dr. Jekyll just discovered a potion that allowed him to change his appearance so that he could do all the bad stuff while not being recognized. So the Mr. Hyde wasn't a separate entity. He was actually Mr. Jekyll. Like Dr. Jekyll was fully aware of everything that Mr. Hyde was doing, because it was just the same person. And yeah, same with the Frankenstein. I assume you're like referring to the fact that the monster is not called the Frankenstein. The actual doctor is called Frankenstein, and monster, I believe, in the book, the monster is actually nameless. Monster talks in the book. Yeah, I think also. I think so. But that's also something I didn't read. I should have read that. I should actually read that. I probably will at some point. But anyway, I think Dr. Frankenstein didn't actually give a name to his monster, so the monster just doesn't have a name. But also there were some mentions of the monster being called Adam, and I don't know if like what was that about exactly? If the monster named itself Adam because like he read about the Bible or something, and like he wanted a name or something like that, and he decided upon Adam. But I don't know if this was in the original book or it was something that was added by some like movie or pop culture or whatever later on. I should read all of those classical books. I didn't read a lot of those very pop culture prevalent books. I read some, at least in this kind of category. I wouldn't really call this category and this kind of style, like more horror-y type of stuff. I think from roughly that era, I only read the Picture of Dorian Gray, because most of the time I read like older books, something like the how was this book the entire book called made by Dante? Like there is Inferno and the entire series. I think it's in three parts. It's Divine Comedy, I think. Like it would be Divine Comedy in Polish, but I don't know if it's the same in English. So I usually read books more like that during my time at school. Like in the technical school. I think during technical school, I read the biggest amount of books. The true reason Frankenstein wants to kill the monster is because fears that they will create a new race, one that may kill all human Earth. I should really read that book. So yeah, what to do now? Do I want to take care of those tissue boxes? I kind of should, but I also don't really feel like doing it. Yeah. They're designing containers and making containers out of tissue boxes. Yeah, that's fine. Do I want to commit to that title? Because if I committed to that title, it would be the title and I would have to actually do this. I don't know if I want to do this. I don't feel like doing it. I don't feel like doing anything, to be honest. But this kind of I don't feel like doing in particular, because I'm not sure how I want to approach that. Like I would like also now I can't get it a bit lower. So I would higher. I would like to have. Is it crooked? Like the level doesn't show it's crooked? I don't know. So I would like to cut off this top side. Here is a great audiobook of Frankenstein. Okay. Let's open that. Chat, Twitch chat. And did that work? Oh, W. Now it works. I have a fancy on this. So abort. I modified my my setup a bit. I added some like org capture protocol. So let's see, config this. Yeah, .files config Qt browser and user scripts. So I added this, and this just takes the URL and the title of the current web page and the Qt browser, and then creates this link, org protocol link, and then opens it, and org protocol. And the handler for that is like local app, share, app, applications, and org protocol. This is just a boilerplate essentially, and then exec is Emacs client, so it's just forwarding it kind of to Emacs and that means that when I'm in Qt browser, I can press comma. Is it called comma? Yeah, comma, comma, L, W, and then in Emacs I have this buffer, and this is actual link of my of the tab in the Qt browser. So I can now press Ctrl C, and now it's saved in my notes. This is very nice, and I also have like different types of notes. So you can see that there is also different template. So this is watch later for like different videos I want to watch later, and R is read later, and so this is for a separate note. As a separate note with like different articles and stuff that I want to read later. And then I also have B for bookmarks. So I just keep a separate file, like independent of a web browser with bookmarks, and I can now easily. I actually have it before, but it took me some time to finally kind of port that into Qt browser. So I can easily save a bookmark with just a keyboard shortcut. And also another thing, like I have org Roam. So let's see, Raspberry Pi Pico. What? Pico. What happened? What's happening? Okay, that was stupid. Pico. So this is my note about Raspberry Pi Pico, and I have like the entire database out of those notes, kind of like a personal wiki. You know, that's a whole Zettelkasten and so on. And I can also make a note out of some website. So let's see, Frankenstein. Let's do next, and then I will mark that. Yeah, let's say this. So now I have this text selected, and then I can press comma NRF and this is what I chose because it's this kind of the same key binding I'm using for Orgrom and normally in Emacs, so it's kind of natural for me. And now it's actually creating like new entry to my database, to my Orgrom database, that custom database, and it's saving the link to the website that I used, the title of that website, and also selected text. So that's quite nice, and maybe someday I will actually use it. But I don't know. I think maybe once I used it. I don't actually know. Let's see, org, not this one, orgrom, and it should be webref. Okay, I did actually once use that. It was this. I think it was a YouTube video. So yeah, I was talking about this, the tissue boxes. I collect notes but never read them. I have the opposite problem. I read my notes but I don't collect them. I'm not writing stuff down. I always have a problem with that. And recently I've been thinking about how to solve that problem. You know that like I find out, like research something or just look something up, and it's either the case that I just don't remember about writing stuff down, so I don't make a note out of that, or another like maybe three different cases. Another case is that I don't think it will be very useful, so I also don't write that down, and then later on I find out that it would be actually useful. And the third case is that I do think it would be useful. I do remember that that I should write a note about that, but I don't think my knowledge, like my current knowledge of that particular subject, is like good enough to make a note. So like I don't know. Let's say I'm looking stuff up about Docker, how to do something with Docker, and like I don't want to write this down because I don't feel like I know, like I don't feel like my knowledge is comprehensive enough to make a note. So I just don't write the stuff, like I don't write down how to make the stuff that I just made. And then later, like couple months later, I want to make the same stuff again, and I remember that I already did that stuff and I knew how to do that stuff, but I didn't write that down, so I have to research that again, and it's so stupid. Ramanujan and Wittgenstein. I am not familiar with the other name. They never gave their reasoning, only gave their final answer. It's like answer giving without proof. Yeah, kinda. I believe that Ramanujan did actually give his reasoning, and his reasoning was that it just occurred to him in a dream. I'm pretty sure that was the stuff he was saying, that like some Indian goddess just revealed this knowledge to him in a dream, and he wrote that down. But yeah, what was I talking about? Writing stuff down. So I don't write stuff down most of the time, and I've been thinking how to solve that problem, and I came up to the conclusion that I should develop a habit, like every time I want to find something out, I want to research something, I should always start with a note. So I should press space and NR, and this is research, and I don't know, tissue boxes. I want to research tissue boxes. So now I have a note about tissue boxes, and here you can see that it's gonna get saved into quick notes. And then I have a tag in here, notes. That's just to make the searching easier. And then it's also scheduled, so it will show up in my org agenda. And what I want to do with that is that whenever I research something, I always want to put in all of the details, or at least most of the details. So what I'm researching, like what is the conclusion, and what are the different and I want to paste all of the links that I used to actually find the answer to the question I had. And because some time ago I was doing some stuff with not this and voice record, yeah, this one. So some time ago I was thinking about making voice notes. So now I have this function, and this is I have a shortcut for this, just NQ, space NQ, and when I press space NQ, it starts the recording of a voice note, because like in here I always have my microphone on, so I can always easily record a voice note, and then it like saves the voice note, and then like adds it as an attachment to where is that? Org attach. Adds that voice note as an attachment to the org mode heading. So in here and R, I can just press space and R, and then it starts recording a voice note, and then it will get attached to this new note, and then I can just save this capture buffer, and without practically any effort I can easily go back to this note, and then maybe decide later if I want to make an actual proper note about that, or maybe I will just leave that for later, for making some like future adjustments to that note. Maybe I intend to add more stuff to that note, and I have at least some starting point. Like I would know what I would have like I would have written down or saved in general. In the case of voice note, I would have saved what I already find out, so I wouldn't be starting from zero again. So that's my current plan for doing that, but Icy Socks. Yeah, it's a horrible name. It's so generic. I hate generic names. It's such a hassle to look them up. But yeah, so that's like my that's my current the ad starts in a couple of seconds. My current, like how I want to approach that, but now I have to actually develop that habit of doing that. Like every time I want to research something, I have to open that buffer, and this capture buffer with a new note about research. And I'm not sure if I will manage to actually create that habit, but I will at least try. With Pico your Emacs, the ad started. With Pico your Emacs will interface with physical world. yeah, that's also another thing I wanted to do, because I want to make voice notes about the projects I'm making. Okay, in ads, so I wait a minute more of ads. I don't think I will actually do anything with this today. I think I will just finish the stream earlier. Maybe I will do some thinking about this. Out of ads? Oh, right, they are finished. So what was I talking about? Oh, with Pico, your Emacs will interface with a physical world. What are your plans for the books? I will come to that later. So I want to make voice notes. Like this was the actual original intended purpose of the voice notes. That I want to create voice notes as I go, like regarding the product I'm making, because now I have a lot of footage of making a morning code, and editing that for the YouTube video will be absolutely dreadful. So I was thinking, how can I improve that process, and I came up with the idea that I can create, like as I'm going, like let's say I'm attaching I'm making the buttonholes, and I have something to say about those buttonholes, something that I want to be in the video. So then I can create a voice note. So just press a keyboard shortcut and then use my microphone that I already have attached to my waistcoat to create some voice note. And this would be basically the same. This would be what I would actually intend to say in the YouTube video. So first of all, that would be helpful because I would have like rough idea of a script. Like I wouldn't have to put that much effort into writing the script, and there would be lower chance that I would forget mentioning about something. Yeah, basically audio annotations. And other thing, that all those voice notes are saved with the timestamp, and the recordings, the OBS recordings are also saved with a timestamp. So I should be able to actually match the time of the voice note with the time of the actual recording, and that would make it much easier to edit later on, because I could just look at the voice notes and then use only those fragments of the video, instead of going through like hundreds of hours of video footage. I would just look at where are the points of interest basically. I would just look at those notes, and then I would use those, like I would choose some clip around the note that would be relevant to the note, and it should speed up the entire process of editing a video a lot, and just making in general, because it's also about the script. And I wish I came up. I think I wish I thought about this earlier before I started making a morning code, because now I have 32 days of video footage, and each of those 32 clips is around 6 hours, a bit over 6 hours in most cases. So that sounds like a lot. Like, how much is 32 by times 6? Calc 32 6 times it's almost 200 hours. I don't want to go through 200 hours. How I feel even more dread. I don't want to edit that. Just drop this. Like, it's not really a problem, that much of a problem with like editing the parts I want, but I have to find the parts I want. I have to go through all of that almost 200 hours, or probably even over 200 hours. That's gonna be horrible. And I'm gonna do this all on stream, because there is no way I'm gonna do this off stream. I will just procrastinate forever. So probably at least I will do at least the entire week of video editing, making the YouTube video out of that. So yeah, that's the reason why I wished I came up with this sooner, before starting this project, because I have a lot of stuff. I would like to. I wish that this editing this was easier. Just draw and trot. 32 minutes. 32 minutes. What 32 minutes? You mean like 1 minute per each clip? Anyway, I wanted to say something else still. I don't know. I probably wanted to say something else, but I forgot. So the tissue boxes. What I want to do with this. So I have a lot of those tissue boxes, like over 10 probably, maybe close to 20, and I want to use them as a kind of drawers, because they are like I don't want to throw them out, because I don't like throwing stuff out. So from the beginning, I needed some containers, because I want to organize stuff at my house better. And like I was thinking, what would be what like packaging type of packaging item that I normally use would be good as a container for organizing stuff. What would be good size and so on. And then I thought about those tissue boxes. They are quite a good size. But the problem is that they are quite flimsy. When I right now they are not really flimsy, but when I cut off the top part, so that I can actually use them as a box, it gets really flimsy. Like the sides are spreading and so on. So then I thought about like cutting them out like this, leaving a lip on the outside, and that kind of works, but it's still not perfect. And also like I want to use them as a kind of as drawers, so I want to fill a cabinet with all those tissue boxes and just use them as drawers. So like let's say here is the cabinet. So they should be like that, and just stack one on top of each other, and this way. So the entire wall of tissue boxes stored like that, like this way. And here I need some kind of space to pull. So at first I was just punching a hole through them. I tried to cut this out quite nicely, but it's not quite nice. It's very ugly. So the solution for that I came up with later was to use just my 3D printer, and I want to cut off the top part, top wall. I want to cut that off entirely, and then print basically a frame, kind of a frame, a border that would go over this top edge and provide some rigidity on top, and it would also have a cutout, like circular cutout or a semicircle cutout in front, so I could actually pull them like this. So this is the plan, and now I have to actually design that border, that frame. And I think I'm not gonna do this today. Maybe tomorrow. I don't feel like doing this today, and also it's practically the end of the stream. So tomorrow I'm gonna install Valetudo on my vacuum cleaner, because that's the next project. Projects. Yeah, the next project is installing Valetudo on my vacuum cleaner. I'm quite excited about that. I didn't do that much research into... is it a SAT project? SAT project? What? I don't know what you mean. But yeah, I'm quite excited about that. I didn't do that much research into this actual software, what it exactly does, but from what I read, from what I roughly researched, it seems that it basically replaces the connection, it replaces the manufacturer servers. So no Saturday project. Well, it's a project that just ended up on Saturday. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing that tomorrow. And tomorrow is Saturday. Because like I finished the morning code, so now it's time to like proceed to the next project. So what was I saying? Yeah, and the Valetudo, from my like rough research, it seems that it replaces the manufacturer's servers, because like normally all of the modern garbage IoT devices are basically just connecting to some manufacturer internet infrastructure, some manufacturer servers, and it's basically controlled completely by manufacturer. It can't function without the access to the manufacturer, and you have to use some proprietary apps and so on. You have to like if you want to control them somehow from the outside of the app, you have to, maybe you can get access to the API keys from the manufacturer server, if you are lucky, but it's still just manufacturer server. The manufacturer basically has the full control over your device. And what Valetudo does, I think, is it basically replaces the manufacturer server. So the vacuum cleaner the vacuum cleaner thinks that it's communicating with the manufacturer server, and sending like all of the commands and so on, all the updates, and instead it's not not communicating with the manufacturer server, but with the local instance of a server on the same device, and this local instance has also some like access, like its own fully local outside access, so it can be called like the entire device, entire vacuum cleaner can be, I think, fully controlled locally without any need to like go through the internet. So it can actually, let's see. Vale to the. It was this one. Free your vacuum from the cloud, so that's what I want to do. And map options, yeah, MQTT. So you can control this with MQTT, and that's good because I'm using MQTT in all of my other self-made self-made IoT devices. I'm using MQTT for everything, so I should be able then to also connect the vacuum cleaner to MQTT and control it fully locally within my LAN, without any dependence on the manufacturer infrastructure. And that should be very nice because the vacuum cleaner is one of the IoT devices that gives me the most headache. And it's not, I think it's not a coincidence that it's one of the only devices that is actually like actually stored like off-the-shelf IoT device. The other IoT devices are like Android TV boxes, which are also the devices that give me the most headache. So yeah, I would very much like to have this fully to have full control over this vacuum cleaner, not be dependent on any kind of stupid API and stupid manufacturer servers, and no like having some login problems. Yeah, so that's the plan for tomorrow, and for today that's it. And yeah, I should probably clean up in here a bit and get the place, at least the table ready for tomorrow's electronic project, because from what I can see, I have to actually disassemble completely the vacuum cleaner and connect through the solder pads, the test pads, because free the vacuum. Yeah. Liberated. Yeah, I want to liberate myself from the need to use some manufacturer internet infrastructure. It's horrible. I'm quite sure it will work much better with fully local control. So yeah, from what I saw, what I read, from my specific model, it doesn't have any kind of access either wirelessly to put the software on, or some kind of USB port. I have to actually completely disassemble the vacuum cleaner and connect with normal wires to the test pads. So that's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be fun. And that's gonna be tomorrow. So see you tomorrow. Bye.